So requesting to revise the topics of JavaScript. We will end with testing JavaScript.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir.
Hi, Abdul Kareem. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Sangeeta. Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Asif. Good morning.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Hello all. Hi Swapnil. Good morning. Have a
Yeah, ma'am.
great day.
Last night I have sent you code.
Mm-hmm. Because I can confirm only by seeing the code. Okay.
Okay.
Check.
Sangeeta, shall I take the attendance or after some time?
We will take after 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
So guys, we will be this is a last date for JavaScript. Tomorrow we will be getting into TypeScript Angular. So I want all of you to revise the topics which we discussed. Second. And we have last topic for the day, testing framework. So that I'll cover again after some time, because again, you're going to add test cases for the contact form. So without any delay, I want all of you to start working on your contact form. I'm sure all except one or two least case, all of you have completed validation. Proceed the same. This data storage of contact form is also almost done. Complete your promise, followed with bundling and display part, fetching and displaying. Without delay, I want all of you to continue working on your sprint.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am, I have considered it as a array and trying to get data from that.
Let me check. I want to see where you have declared and kept. Okay, did you pass that contacts to this function too? I don't think you have passed. Everything or in the same file, same script file?
Yes, ma'am. That data store function is separate that I have taken.
And
in.
how you are passing contacts from this script file to there?
No, that contacts and all those things are there in same file.
Wait.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Adesh.
Can I join in breakout room?
Yeah, 1 second. Sangeeta,
What we can do is, whomsoever is having query, let us split it into two groups. One, you can take it in breakout room, other I will handle in main room.
okay, okay,
So you can take room 2.
okay. Yeah, Adesh, join in room 2.
Assignment. Hello.
Priya, no?
Yes.
So Apnil, you share your screen here.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am, this one.
Second. I need 1 minute time.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, so this data store, you need to pass contacts, not this contacts. I will check your error screen and I will. Instead of you are getting the current data, right? I want to see your JSON file. Can you open and show me how many records are there?
Yeah, this one. Ma'am, it's getting adding correctly.
So since the datas are repeated, I thought it's duplicate. But
No,
you
no.
have everywhere it's Swapnil and Swapnil 1, 2 all.
No,
Then
no,
it's
no.
fine.
What happening is, ma'am, whenever I'm trying to fill this form, na, it's getting doubly printed in table. Now, I will show you by changing this value. See this? If I take Swapnil 3 and submit, see this. Means this table has to be refreshed now.
You clear it. You clear the table before adding the data. You empty the table.
Yeah, that's what.
And every time when the form gets loaded,
yeah,
you fetch the value from JSON and place it. That will work, no?
Okay. But ma'am, when I refresh the page, table should be show empty, na? Correct, na? Okay.
Or every time when you click submit button, the problem is happening when you are triggering the click event.
Yeah.
So do your clear and refilling and your button click action. Think about it.
Okay, ma'am.
So apart from that, you can try delete. For everyone I'm telling. We
Ma'am, I
tried
have
only get and post.
I have tried a delete row method, but it not work.
Delete as well as put for updating.
Okay.
Okay, you complete this webinar. After some 15-20 minutes, we can connect for delete.
Okay, ma'am.
Alarm, please. Shubham, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Sharing my screen just to recollect similar topic which we discussed. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
A similar demo we discussed in a concept. So where we tried validation form, contact form, but for different fields, different data. So whereas on fly toggle option, would you like to add to subscribe our mailing list? When I check this checkbox, I'm getting this label and 3 more check boxes. If I uncheck is automatically it is getting hidden, show or hidden. Similarly, you have a button. So when you click that button, an additional text box needs to be added as an inner HTML of the div block. So this is what you need to do. So I have this checkbox so that event can be triggered with the help of event listener.
Event listener. Okay.
With the respective control.event listener of click. So whenever if you are performing a click event, what we need to do? Here I displayed and I hidden that block. Whereas here, instead of display and hide, you want to add text field as an inner HTML to that corresponding div block, where you want to place a additional contact number text field. So try that. Try the same. And with or without this additional contact form, but I want you to continue with the data persistence. Shubham.
Yes, ma'am. Data
You
persistence
can
is
do
also
later, but whatever the contact form after post validation, no error message. Error messages are empty. Then you need to store the data. I want you to give a try on that part. So later you can try this.
actually
adding
this
an
is a
additional
letter. I
contact.
already completed the persistent also, data persistent. That table one is remaining only.
Please do it.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me go to the next set. Ocean Shubham. And please update the URL, Shubham. And moving on to the next. Do some. Rishikesh. Sukesh is not there. Priya. Harshit, please share your screen and show me your work.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah, I can see your screen. Go to script page.
Ma'am, I'm beginning with this.
Submit contact event.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you understood this topic? Do you have a reference demo which we discussed on concept session?
No, ma'am, but I was trying for those error message.
What are you talking, Arshad?
Ma'am, I have the demo. But
So
ma'am,
similarly, for all the fields, you have to validate.
okay,
Validation will run through a function and we will capture all the errors. If we conclude that there is no error, then we need to proceed for success.
okay,
Else, you need to display the respective error messages.
okay.
Okay,
Ma'am,
start.
and the
I
error
am
message,
sharing.
should be displayed below
Both
this.
individual error message
Okay,
via your HTML ID, small tag ID,
okay,
small element. The other one is summary.
okay. The validation summary. Okay.
I'm sharing a sample demo to you for your reference.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, continue.
Oh.
Don't engage in any other activity
No,
and
no.
others. You need to work on it.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
9:50.
Yes,
Let's
ma'am.
see.
Welcome. Shall I stop sharing?
Yours. Demo which I have shared. Scroll down. Go to the last. I want to check whether the both script page has been included. This is a problem, Richa. So in your HTML page, you have to include script page as well as contact service JS. Second one. Now go to script page. Let me check the flow. Come down. Wait. Now save and try. Refresh your browser. Now you need to check the code under import info. Still your last name is undefined.
Yes, ma'am, I've checked, but not able to resolve. Fine.
Give me the control. So error message is 0. Everything it is taking except last name and birth date. Open your browser. Open browser. Wait. Okay, you are not printing your how it should be feedback. Check in your browser. Which one is a valid phone number?
Ma'am, third one. Third one plus. Second one.
It's taking last name.
Yes, Sangeeta, we all have come back.
Uh-huh. There is a problem in his spelling. See?
Yes, ma'am.
And how to display? You need to use get and you need to retrieve the data. Here you need to load the table. That coding is missing.
Yes, ma'am. I want to ask where I have to
Here.
use the. Okay.
40. So now you will get there is a spelling mistake in last name. Have you noted?
Yes, ma'am.
And check for this birth date.
Okay.
So guys, we can go on a break of 5-10 minutes and then we will continue with quick recap and testing framework. So you can take a break of 10 minutes. So please resume at 11:35. Confirm that you are all back. Let's begin the session. Ashmita, Kasinath, Niranjan, Siddharth, Swapnil, are you back?
Yes, ma'am, back.
So this. All right. So guys, please pay attention. So in this, as soon as we completed Java, shall I, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So as soon as we completed Java, so we are into web application development. So in order to do web application development, so I told you there were various tiers. So all the tiers of web development is having 3 different layers. So presentation layer. So currently we are in front-end module. So what are all the things we need in order to develop a web application? You take any real-time web application. I'm asking in developer's point of view. If I want to develop a web application, I in need of a language?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
In order to develop a web application, so we in need of a language what?
HTML, CSS,
HTML followed
CSS,
with CSS.
JavaScript.
So have you
Spring Boot.
think about so do you come across with a picture like this? Image carousel.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you
Yes,
take a
ma'am.
picture, you will find a background, fine uniform look, some text, a button. So how can we develop these kind of images? Have you ever think about those? So for that, we in need of user interface tools. Can you name some user interface tool to create such kind of animations or simple image? You can answer this for this.
Bootstrap.
Bootstrap, slider.
Okay. Yeah, Bootstrap. I thought I will get answer. We have to do so many Photoshop of images to get. So those can be done with the help of. Have you come across with these softwares?
Yes, ma'am.
Dreamweaver software, Flash tool. So apart from that, so these are the things we have covered, and these are all something related to your, as I said, photos, images, which is required to keep in your carousel page of your web application. So apart from that, in order to have more dynamic functionality, of course, JavaScript is for adding the dynamic functionality. So tomorrow I will be introducing the problem of JavaScript and why we have moved to the next technology, which is Angular. So followed with we need React. Of course, in our application, we will have React Native. So when I recollect the topics which we discussed under JavaScript. So what is the advantage of JavaScript? We came across these many days on JavaScript. What do you think most important feature of JavaScript?
And it can be used both client side and server side.
It will be dynamic.
So point number 1, yes, it will give dynamic functionality to my HTML. So it is gonna to act like
Client side, sir.
client side code as well as you can use it for server side. So I can have dynamic functionality in my client side itself. Also from server side, if I want to pull certain data, that is also possible with JavaScript. And it is lightweight. Of course, it is a scripting language, but it takes the features of programming language too. So always, whenever if I take JavaScript, the first citizen of JavaScript language is your functions, your routines. So let's take under Java routines under first sprint. We have introduced all the programming fundamentals of your JavaScript. So starting from, is a problem. How many times you people are introduction to variables via let, where, const. Is it a rule? Do I want to declare a variable with let, with where, with const?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
So yes, it supports data types. I know certain rules we are not following in JavaScript. So that is why we were moving to the next scripting languages. As I told, tomorrow morning, we will discuss on the same. And just recollect me, what are all the topics we discussed under JavaScript? First, I am talking about first sprint.
Alert, console, and
So console window is a
wrangling data for off.
No, I'm just talking about sprint 1. Yes, it supports
Array functions.
conditional looping functions followed with arrays.
An object.
So in order to deal with complex data type, we have arrays and objects. So both falls under the category reference type, and it supports complex data structures also. I can have an objects, some 5 objects under my array of objects, or inside my object, it will hold the value in the form of key value pair. So that key can be unique, and even one of the key can hold n number of array values. Or we can call it a key value pair, or we can call it as name value pair. So always we are in web application development. In web, certain data will be in the form of raw format. But being a web deployment, always we need to present the data in user understandable. So user understandable thing, or in a form of useful information. So in order to convert those kind of complex data, always the client will be the end user. You need to create an application in such the way you have to project every details properly to the end user, which is client. So the data which may exist in any form, I need to convert the data into useful information and I need to present to the end user. So in order to do this process, we have the concept of wrangling. Data wrangling. And after that, of course, so I may give the data in any format, but the output here, it should be the expected format where my user can understand. So followed with, as I said, there will be a requirement where you have to give inputs. So those inputs we always give in your HTML form elements. So when the user provided all the data, when the user clicks the data, these data will be stored, and also it is required to fetch the data over the web. Everything is happening over web. So always data needs to travel over web. So that is why we are using the common data exchange format, which is JSON. JSON is a lightweight data storage. It is not a complex storage place. I can store large amount of data. So always we will use JSON to store an information, or it is going to convert at a transmitting media from one environment to other environment inside the web. All right. So whenever the user is entering all the details in an HTML form and it is submit, I need to do all the process. As of now, we are doing all the process in JavaScript. So in order to retrieve all the element from my HTML form to my JavaScript, we will use the concept of, what concept we need to use? The DOM, document object model. So I'm sure you can able to recollect. So we will launch index.html, where I will have all the data. So we will get the data, get all the information over browser. We will render all the information over the. By default, whatever the information I am providing on my browser, irrespective of any HTML element, so internally it gets converted into dash-like structure. Recollect and tell me. So DOM follows dash structure. Can't you recollect and tell me?
I'm node tree. Tree-like structure.
Like tree-type structure.
Takes the data in the form of what? Tree.
Trees.
So outer tag, inner tag. So it will follow parent element, child element, inner child element. So it gets converted into tree-like structure. Fine. So those are all can be fetched. So what are all the various ways to fetch those data? What are all the
ID.
methods?
Get element by ID.
ID, class.
Other than get element by ID?
Elements by tag name.
Elements by tags.
Tags and query
Tags.
selector.
Tag name and
Elements by
Query selectors.
query selector.
query.
I was expecting this query
selector.
Yes.
Selector all.
All right. After DOM, what was the next topic?
Validation.
Mismatch.
Data second.
So the next is about validation. So from the beginning, you people are inquiring about HTML required attribute, range attribute. So yes, we have certain validation. Of course, validation has been embedded in HTML5 version. But apart from that, so you will be finding a constant message. Depend upon the browser, it might get changed. So in Google Chrome, it will be the required attribute of HTML5 will give some constant message. Fill up the form, fill up the detail. Whereas in the other browser, it will display. Those are all related with the default HTML validation. Apart from that, what is the limitation of this required and range of HTML5 validation? Why we are going for JavaScript client-side validation?
And there are certain authentication needed, which we need to do from servers.
To reduce load on the server.
So one thing we discussed on client-side validation is, so the validation needs to done on client itself so that we can reduce the load of server. So we are preferring JavaScript validation. Apart from that, this HTML required and range are what I can say. I can say predefined validation, which is there with the help of these attributes. Apart from that, according to the requirement of user, I want to validate the input. So best example is using your regex. So I want to validate my email ID. I want to validate my mobile number. I want to validate my password input. Not cross-checking in your database. I'm talking about only the user inputs. So I want to ensure that it should not be null. It should not be undefined. And it should not be empty. Other than that, it should follow certain format of email. So according to the requirement of user, so I want to do a multiple validation against the same input. Best example is your regex validation, pattern matching. The one more thing we handled is for date of birth. So especially date of birth. And this whenever we are in choosing the date and we are submitting the feedback of product, it should not be future date. So whomsoever age should be greater than 18, not future dates. So these validation I cannot do with predefined thing. All are possible with the help of user defined regex pattern that I can embed with my JavaScript code. And here we discussed on both the displaying individual error message as well as validation summary. Can you recollect? So once there is no validation, no error. So we are confirming there is no error message, not even a single error. So I am confirming that in my client side itself because I'm using client side validation JavaScript. So irrespective of any number of fields, I want to confirm no error message. Not even a single data is a fault data. So 100% of data the user given us with accuracy. In such situation, I need to send the data to server. Here I can use it for comparing the data, fetching the data. So whatever. So in order to communicate to server, JavaScript uses dash. What are all the ways we can use to communicate with server?
HTTP.
Very good.
Okay.
So we can use HTTP methods. So I told
Post,
you,
put.
be familiar with get, post. I want you to try delete. Also try for put. So put is for updating the content. Use a reference ID and try to update a mobile number. Try to update email ID. So whenever if you find time by this week. So I'm sure tomorrow I'll start with the Angular. But anyway, I'm leaving this weekend exclusively for JavaScript. So you can try these, the remaining HTTP methods also. And in order to store, in order to fetch the data, so we have used JSON server. So always we need to install JSON server and you need to start your JSON server with the help of watch command. And in JavaScript, we used XML HTTP request object, XHR, to handle with your, to work with, to pass the data to your server and to work with all your HTTP methods. So later, can you remember XHR object and what are all the methods we handled under XHR object?
Open, send.
Very good. Open method, sent method, and in open method, what are all the parameters we have used?
That server
We will use get or post, depend upon the requirement.
localhost address.
URL.
Yeah.
So either you can give the file name or you can give the URL which the server is running and launch the URL. And either you will pass
Synchronous
for asynchronous. If you not pass also, it works in asynchronous mode. All right. So either you can give URL or the respective JSON file name. So followed with, so always our JavaScript is a single threaded application. So by default, the functionality even which we handled is working in a synchronous. Instead of sequentially synchronous, if I want to achieve asynchronous functionality to overcome this blocking input output flow, blocking retrieval of content. So we have handled asynchronous methods. Can you recollect asynchronous way of handling functionality in JavaScript?
Callbacks.
Yes, asynchronous programming we achieved with the help of callback functions, and the other one is promise. So a function is going to call another function as a parameter. So which is your callback? Exclusively, these are used for asynchronous programming, which will help in multi-threading application, multiple tasks at a time. So either you can perform that based on time slice, time interval. So I will be giving time interval for all the tasks. Depend upon the time interval, those tasks will be handled. There will not be any waiting. So depend upon the time I'm gonna to set for task, each task will be executed. No one will wait for others to complete and another to start. So whereas one another concept we implemented for non-blocking IO for asynchronous programming is with the help of promise object. So always whenever in a promise, we will send the request. Whenever the client is sending the request, what my promise will do?
Then
response or reject.
That's all. Resolve or reject state. So when the client is sending a request, whereas callback function will work based on time slice and it will return the response. Whereas your promise, whenever if you are sending a request, it will return the response in the form of success or failure. So we call it as resolve handler or reject handler. So same thing can be achieved by using, then catch method of promise object. So if it is success resolve handler, then it is, we will call then method using promise object, else you will be calling catch. And by the way, a multiple number of callback function help can be overcome with the help of promise. Irrespective of any number of functionality request, one catch, one reject handler is enough. And what else? And the last topic is about optimization. So what are all the topics we discussed under optimization?
Bundling.
Yeah, so before that, no worries. Anyway, we are going to travel with Node.js only. Have an idea about Node.js and NPM package manager, followed with, here we discussed about minification, bundling. We will be traveling with another scripting language, TypeScript, on tomorrow. There we will discuss on drawbacks of JavaScript and how we have overcome the same in TypeScript. So this weekend, please use exclusively for revising all the topics of JavaScript. I will give you a time for connection. So moving on to the last topic, and it's a simple topic. So testing. Shall I continue with this? Anything you want to discuss? Any queries? The last topic is about testing your JavaScript function. So by the way, why are we going for testing?
And to check if the coding is right or not.
For validation.
Not validation. Validate. The technical term might get differ slightly.
Qualification.
Check the proper functionality of our coding.
Okay. And the word is also not new to us. We already came across on JUnit testing framework. And under that, we used Jupyter API, JUnit 5 version. And my question is, why we want to go for testing? Why I want to test and what we are going to test?
Different function that we'll be using, we want to test them.
Fulfillment of requirements. Check.
So we are implementing this for defect-free application, defect-free product. Let it be for product testing, it is defect-free product. If it is an application, defect-free application. Irrespective of any value I'm giving, I should get an expected output from the function. And yes, it remains same. How we are applying testing to the functions which we define. Similarly, we are going to test our functions in our JavaScript. So what will happen if I have a bug? Whatever the motto you have kept to develop an application will get spoiled. So I should, being a developer or a manufacturing, wherever we are, so we should not. So there should be a periodical testing. Anyway, we will fall under the category developer. But anyway, just have an idea about testing functionality too. So there will be a separate department testing. The testers will be there to test our products. But apart from that, have some idea about testing. So that is why after Java, we have this JUnit. By using Jupyter API, we have tested. Here we are testing using Jasmine framework. The concept used to test my JavaScript. Okay, let's get into the topic. There were some slides to get an idea about why we need this testing framework. So let us watch videos on how manufactured goods are tested. Video on testing laptop. Please pay attention. Have you ever came across with any video or have you heard about the article on testing these types of tests? When they manufacture a mobile, when they manufacture a laptop. Have you ever came across with this type of test?
And sometimes a video.
This we call it as spill test. Yeah, with water, with dust. Resist. And also drop test on the laptop. Let it be. So these are the various tests they were doing. They were testing against our laptop. So testing keyboard keys. Please observe the video. What is your observation here?
If the keys are stucking or not.
Ayush? What are you?
Ma'am, I was saying that if the keys are stucking or not.
Keys are stucking or not. Abdul Karim, you want to give a try because both of you said together.
Yes, ma'am. It is testing the keyword, I mean, speed of the key letter typing.
It testing response of
One time, how many kids are
Keys, how many keys are working or
Checking for number of times we can click on a key, like number of keystrokes, like 5 million times, 2 million times, that kind of thing.
how much faster we type?
Yeah. So if you observe the video, there were some tools which is sitting on a key, our keyboard keys. Ultimately, they are testing, whatever you said. Apart from that, they are testing the robustness of the product and how it is getting protected. Our products are getting protected. So testing car video. I'm sure this you came across.
Yes, ma'am.
Recently.
Yes, ma'am.
Airbags.
yes, ma'am.
So one of the crucial component in the car is airbag for safety. So testing the car against its working of the airbag. And so let us see few more slides that shows various testing instances. Before announcing vaccine, after announcing vaccine. And nowadays, I can give this best example for vaccine. So why we are going for vaccine? What vaccine does for us?
And makes our immune system strong.
Antibody.
Teaches our immune system to fight the alien elements that has been introduced by the
Fighting
vaccine.
fighting the virus.
Virus, or in other term, we can say those are all life saviors. After doing lot of R&D, these vaccines, of course, they will test on, they will do all those testing against vaccine. But once the testing is successful, that is gonna to act like a life savior. I need 1 minute time, guys. I need 1 minute. So I want all of you to read certain malfunctioning of web applications in various years and how it impacted on the real world technique glitch. So please read the slide. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, guys, I'm back. So apart from that, there were various testing examples. Before announcing battery life of any headset, they are gonna to test the battery. Because each and every, if you take electronics, battery is also equivalent important. One of the reputation of phone depends upon battery. Guys, can you relate?
Yes, ma'am.
So one of the parameters we will say good parameters or good reputation against mobile is the battery. So of course the company needs to test the battery. So chef, before serving food to the guest, so they need to test, irrespective of any business, word of mouth matters. Okay. So similarly, whenever we are in web application development, before publishing, so before deploying and handovering to the end users, clients, testing of website is mandatory. So what's your understanding on this? On October 2014, Flipkart apologizes for Big Billion Day. Can you recall? Yeah, after that, so many Big Billion happened. Big Billion Day, they did. But what happened on first Big Billion Day announcement of Flipkart?
Very cheap
They
product.
can be wrong.
Server crashed.
Yeah, server crash because of there were a lot of glitches. So many of them have ordered the product. They could not able to track the products have been ordered. There were a lot of technical glitch. They could not able to manage that many number of client requests. So on that Big Billion Day sale. So because of heavy traffic on that day, so there were a lot of confusion. They could not able to manage. At last they end up in apologizing. So in 2015, UK government online calculator glitch. So this financial worth some because of this technical glitch, they could not able to come up with the proper accurate result. It is a false data. So 2015 New York Stock Exchange halts trading. So due to internal technical glitch, entire day they have cancelled and they passed the information that they are going to shut down for the day. There may be lots of loss. It can be an hour or it can be 4 hours. Even last week we faced a problem with our LMS portal. It can be a day, it can be 4 hours, or it can be 3 hours. The usage has been stopped. Ola mobile app software security flaws revealed. Same thing happened with Zoom. 2 years back, as soon as this lockdown started and when we are about to go for online session, have you ever came across with the security breach of the Zoom? Same is for WhatsApp. And they have again updated this patch version. And they have patched the updated security part of the application later. So what will happen to web application if it leads to malfunctioning and if we result and test?
The user's data becomes more insecure and there are like losses.
So ultimately, whatever we discussed, everything is a huge business loss. So it can be a simple website or it can be a complex website. So everything is a product of us. So whatever we are doing, we need to test before it is launching and before it is given to the customer. So who knows that it may lead to huge loss of so it is very important, not even a product manufacturing, even if it is a web application product. So web application, I can consider it as a soft product. So that also needs to be tested. So of course, testing, implementing a testing on time and the changes which we are making is less cost effective than no after launching the project, revoking everything and again making the changes. So would you want our website to fail? Of course, big no. Would you not want to test your website and prevent the disaster from happening? You have to do. So in order to do, we need to test our web application using JavaScript. So in JavaScript, whatever the functionality I'm gonna to handle, I need to check whether it is producing an expected output. So in this, we came across on test-driven approach. Here we are gonna to follow behavioral-driven approach. And as I said, JUnit Jupyter is used for testing Java. In order to test JavaScript, we are gonna to use a framework, Jasmine framework. Introductory part is clear. Guys, introductory part is clear. Shall we get into the topic? I know there were a lot of slides, nearly 16 slides were there. Just to tell you why we are going for testing and various fault happened because not properly tested. Various instances they have related.
Ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, we can see that we are testing the websites, but is the security is also the work of the developer or is not?
Yes. The encryption thing which we are using, that also part of our role. Of course, there were a lot of team in an organization when there is a product development. There will be a team.
Okay.
And all those things to be on, like no, they have to pay and they have to protect their application. So that part is also involved. But we will not play a role of tester, by the way. So these modules have introduced just to get an idea about those testing frameworks.
Okay.
We will play a role of developer on. Fine. Two things I want to make it clear. In Java, we follow TDD, test-driven development approach. Here it is behavioral-driven development approach. And the concept, the framework, the library which we are going to use is Jasmine framework. And it's simple. We will not get into detail. So let's test a simple function which we have developed in JavaScript. So why do companies invest in testing? Because, please look into the table. I want you to please go through the first column, time introduced, requirement, architecture, construction, time deducted. As soon as earlier stages, if you deducted and if you fix, compared to time 10 to 100 times, the cost will be. So cost to fix defect increases from 10 to 100 times if it is not deducted in earlier stage. So it's because if you are doing in initial stage, the cost of testing will be less. Whereas if you fix a defect in the later part after the deployment, of course it will take much. So listen, at the time of requirement collection, see the you just take what, irrespective of any number of amount. Let's assume it is $100. At the time of architectural, at the time of construction. So this is under testing. Whereas once if you launched the application, so each phase of application development will take 100 times cost. So earlier stage, if you find the defect and if you fixed it, impact as well as cost will also be reduced much. So when should testing be done? So for a better cost efficiency, first write test case and then the solution code. It helps to detect and correct defects in the earlier stage of development itself. This is called as test first approach. So after our all our functionality, requirement collection and analysis and the diagrammatic implementation, what they are telling is before development, you write the test case. Such type of writing the test case first and then writing the solution code, which is called as test first approach. So we will be writing the test case and then we will be writing the code to pass test case. So depend upon that, you can refactor the code. So by the way, you can able to control the overall quality, accuracy, correctness, performance on all the factors of the application. So write your test case and then pass to the code. And then based on the result, if there is any requirement, refactor the code. This follows test first approach. So we can able to implement the test first approach, writing the test case and then applying to the solution, getting the result, refactoring the code. That can be implemented in programmability by two ways. One is test-driven development approach and behavioral development approach. So what is this TDD approach? I just want some technical terms related to TDD approach, and this TDD is not new to us. We already came across on Java. What we are doing actually?
Ma'am, what we're doing is we have the code and we assign the expected output for the functions and match the actual output and the expected output.
So at the time of development of an application, we are writing unit test. What is the unit test?
We are individually testing each unit, or to say functions.
So what do you mean by the word unit test? Unit, the word unit means?
One.
It's not one.
I'm a block. Modules.
Function.
So we are gonna to develop a testing block for one simple block of code, especially for a functions. So we are dividing our testing development into various small units. So especially for your functions. So for my functions in my development phase, I'm gonna to write test cases. So each test case will be, as name implicits, there will be a test case against my development code. So which consists of my actual data and then expected data. Can you recollect all?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So we will be writing the test cases against our development code, and we are testing the code and we are getting the expected data. So based on the expected data, you will check whether the fulfillment of development code is there or not. So here tell me what we did, whether we did a test code first and then development code, or development code first and then test code.
First the development code, then the test cases.
So we follows this approach, this pattern. So we will follow we have developed our code first, and then for the developed code, we have written the test cases. So test codes are done. We followed this pattern. Irrespective of any number of functions I have, functionality is there in my application. I'm going to test everything by writing the test cases of it. So I will be writing test cases. Each test cases, I have various test conditions. After that, I will write test, and then I will check what is happening with my test cases, with my developed code. Based on the result, if there is any requirement to refactor the code, we are doing. We did already. This follows TDD approach. Shall we get into behavioral driven approach?
Yes, ma'am.
So whenever if you find time, just recollect the topic. After 1 month, if it can be Java or JavaScript, HTML, you have to recollect. Please do a continuous revision. So TDD process starts by writing test case. All of you agree with the first point? This is what we did. Same thing they are placing it on slide. Test cases are written in a programming language. We used Java JUnit framework, JUnit library to write the test case. Collaboration is required only between the developers. So whomsoever in TTT test can understand only if they have a programming knowledge. We followed TTT in our JUnit framework in Java testing. Whereas the other side, behavioral driven development. Here we will write the scenario. Similar to our algorithm, we will write a scenario as per the expected behaviors. So test cases, you have to follow proper programming rules. At test, annotation, importing the package if you are in Java, defining a method, and using an appropriate method. Everything is based on programming on left-hand side. Whereas the right-hand side is writing the scenario. Scenarios are more readable when compared to TTT. They are written in the form of simple English format. So collaboration is required between stakeholder also. What do you mean by stakeholders in website? Human beings who are all taking part in web application development. Whether the word is new to you, stakeholders? Yes or no? Please tell me.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
So, of course, if we are in development phase, if you are in testing phase, or if you are in sales department, human beings are involved. Involved in whatever the thing we are doing. So right now we are on learning mode. Here you all people, you 33 of you, and we 3 are involved. So if it is in learning, so if it is in delivering a topic, when it comes to teaching kind of a mode, you are all stakeholders. So human being who are all involving in the part of activities is called as stakeholders. I'm talking about generally. Tell me, on reading the first 2 points, what is your understanding on stakeholder? What is the first stakeholder of the website?
The
Client.
Client. The customers, users are the stakeholders. It may differ from one environment to another environment. So whenever if you are into web application development, the stakeholder is a client. So what is the point? The third point they're mentioning is, I am writing a test case in TDD. This can be understood only by Java developer. Whereas if I write a scenario behavioral driven approach, this can be understood by my client also. Client means it is not only end user. Let's assume we are developing a website for Flipkart. Flipkart CEO can also understand, even though he don't know Java. Even he don't know any programming language. But at the time also, the CEO of Flipkart, who gave a project to us, can able to understand whatever we are doing in our test driven up this DDD approach. So stakeholders are nothing but human beings involved in that activity. When it comes to web application clients, so we can call, it can be the end user or the one who wants us to develop the application, CEO of the organization. And then we, developer, vendors, user experience designers, everyone, all the role holders involved in the website project are called as stakeholders. So customers, employees, investors, suppliers, communities, governments are the best example of stakeholders in real world. I'm not talking about website development. In website, these are all, and a lot more stakeholders are there. Even the sales people who involved, and even the lawyers. So many people. So when you write a BDD scenarios, it can be understood by your stakeholder also, other than developers.
Ma'am. TDD is a programming language. That's why clients are not
Not able to understand.
This is English format. That's why it is understanding the BDD.
Next slide, I'll show you what is this BDD scenario writing. So test in BDD can be understood by any person, including the person without having programming knowledge. Shall I continue with next slide? A sample test case as well as a scenario under BDD. So let's assume we are developing a test code for ATM, money withdrawal process. Balance, card number, irrespective of any programming code it involves. So whereas in BDD approach, these are the scenarios. When account holder with valid card withdraw cash, it has sufficient fund. Whatever the amount they have withdrawn, the amount should be decreased from the balance, and we need to return card, should return card. So it is evident that this approach makes convenient to involve clients in test discussion also, not only in requirement collection phase and analysis phase, even in your test discussion phase, we can involve clients. Please look into the comparison of TDD approach and BDD approach. What are all the testing functionality I'm going to place it in my application? I can make my client also to be in the part of the discussion. Hence, if it is in scenario approach. So get started with BDD. This slide is clear. First of all, tell me what are all the phases involved in application development. So when you are in development phase or life cycle, So have you came across with this life cycle, which is requirement collection or requirement analysis? So whenever if you are developing a website, the first life cycle phase is analysis phase, where customer and the developer, they will sit and they will analysis on various requirement of project. Of course, they will sit and they will collect all the requirement. After that, design phase. After that, implementation phase. After that, testing phase. Did I miss anything? Analysis, design, implementation, test, and maintenance. So if you follow BDD approach, we can include the client in testing phase also in our testing discussion, so that it would be helpful in understanding whether all the requirement has been implemented or not. We can take this topic. We can call it as software development life cycle. So shortcut, we call it as SDLC phases. Shall I continue with implementing this BDD approach? Shall I continue till this? Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
So whenever if you are in testing phase, earlier only developer will play a role. Whereas in BDD, both developer and client can also play a role in testing. They can also give inputs on testing discussion. That is what they are trying to say. So you need to consider the following question to define the test process for testing behavior. Where to start? What to test? What not to test? How much to test in one go? What to call the test? How to understand why the test fails? Whenever there is a test fail, immediately you should understand. So whenever these questions, when I rise, can you able to relate with the sprints? Let's take the previous sprint. You can take what? You can take validation or same contact form. We are traveling contact form for the last 4 sprints. The last with challenge also. Fetching and displaying contact form data in your UI. So when I want to do a testing for let's take the challenge, contact form, where to start, what and all I want to test. So if I am going to apply the testing for a certain function, how much I want to test in one go. So what to call in that test. So when something failed in my test, whether I'm able to understand what is the next measure I want to take when there is a test case failure. So by the way, we will understand, we should understand behavioral of testing, scope of testing, result which we want to communicate back when there is a failure, when there is a success. So imagine like I told for contact form, let's take this feedback form. Where to start in this process? Imagine for contact form also. Either it is a contact form or feedback form. Enter username, enter email ID, contact number, purchased, comments, and date. Keeping this feedback form, let's imagine like we want to test this feedback form behavior. Where to start?
Ma'am, whether the page is loaded.
At input box.
I will not say page loaded because it's an HTML page. Automatically it gets loaded. Think about the data input by the user after entering the data.
Username, check username is in correct way
Validating
or
it.
not.
Username.
No, you don't need to think about validation and all. Validation we are doing with client-side JavaScript itself. Testing. Imagine like I developed this feedback form, index.html, styling is made. By using JavaScript, my validation is done. When I submit in JSON, the data is getting stored. All those are completed. In JSON, the data is getting stored. I want to test this feedback form. Where I will start and what I will test.
Retrieving from server get method.
Submit button.
Very good. Think about submit button. When the user fills the data, when it is submitting, I can test on this submission. When the form, all the fields got filled, when the user submits, I can test whether the data are getting stored and the data is without any validation, without any error message. The data is getting stored in DB. Can I do a test once the submit button is done, once the form gets submitted? Imagine like application is done and we are in a testing phase. So when I can do testing and where I can start testing? Can I take form submission once the form got submitted?
Yes, ma'am.
Either the form will be submitted without error, validation error, or with validation, with valid data, without valid data. So what will happen with valid data? What should happen with invalid data? Can I do a testing? Think and answer me. Let's assume they have not filled a proper contact number. So when I click submit, what I can do it in my testing? I can confirm this particular error message is appearing in my contact form or not. Can I do testing for that?
No.
I can check. Oh my God, still you people didn't come into the testing environment at all. Don't confuse with development environment and testing environment. Okay, listen. So let's assume I have an index.html with all the feedback form or some registration form. So we have CSS, we have JS, and we are using XHR, and we done. My client side or front end part is done. I'm done with. Let's assume I'm doing a testing. So what I can do with my testing? Let's assume there is a password. Can I test if the password not filled with minimum 6 characters? Can I include test? to check password with valid or invalid data. So let's assume there is a password field in your registration form. So you have done with the application. With the time of user input, so user enters some 2 characters in a password and he gave submit. So what will happen? You will get an error message. Let's assume error message 3, some error message it will occur. Can you test in your testing framework? You got this error message 3 against this field. Can we do a testing for this so that I can confirm when there is an incorrect data which is entered in a password, if I submit, the respective error message is there. Instead of error message, if the form gets submitted and the data gets stored in JSON, whether it is correct. Please get into the topic. We are in testing environment. Let's assume the user enters incorrect data in password. And when he submits, the data is getting stored in JSON. Whether it is a proper transaction?
No, ma'am.
It's an incorrect transaction. So in such situation, I need to test only by testing framework. So I am testing. I am including a test case. So where I am checking if the users enters incorrect data, if the user not filled minimum 6 characters, I have to include a testing to check whether the password is entered with valid or invalid. If the password is valid, the data needs to store in JSON. If the password is invalid, I need to check. So for invalid input, if we get error message 3 as an output, we can test the same in our BDD approach. So anyway, I will get error message, but I am getting error message or not, that I will test in my testing framework. Can you relate what I'm trying to say? We are not in development phase. We are in testing phase. Can you relate?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, I will get an error message, but the error message is whether the error message is properly displaying or not, that I can confirm whether I'm getting this error message 3 or error message 4, then my application is correct. So where to start the process? What to test? So I will start when the form gets submitted. What will I test? I will test whether it is valid data or incorrect data. How much to test in one go? If it is valid data, I need to test for submission. If it is invalid data, what needs to do? What to call in the test? So when it is proper, successful message. When it is invalid data, I should resultant as error message. That is what I need to be there in my test case. So I need answer from you all for the last question. How to understand why the test fails? When the test fails, how we will understand?
And we will understand by matching the expected output and desired output.
Correct. So we will come to know why the test fails, because the vary between actual value and the expected value. When I submit the form with incorrect data, I should get the respective error message. Instead, I'm getting success message or data stored successful message. The expected is error message 3. But the thing I got, actual message I got is data inserted successfully. Then there is a failure. We will understand by actual and expected. Please get into the topic. Come out from development environment. We are in testing environment. When I'm doing testing against any functionality, whether we are getting the expected result, what I want as an actual. Shall we get into Jasmine framework? Can we test it in JavaScript? This is what your BDD approach, whatever we discussed. I am submitting the feedback form. I am providing the data. If I submit with invalid data, I should get error. If I submit with valid data, I should get the submitted feedback display. If expected output is there, then I will able to understand what is happening in my testing result. Right, I know we are into deep theory of this. I need answer from you. BDD helps in to test the behavior of core component, whereas TDD focus on functionality of core component. True or false?
True.
True, ma'am.
So we are just checking behavior. Whereas in test-driven approach, JUnit, we are checking the code is functionality wise, it's working properly or not. It's true. All right. So JavaScript, I will be writing n number of functionalities. So let me take validate. For the last some 6-7 days, we are in JavaScript function and we are writing. We have written so many functions. And there were so many callback functions also. Submit feedback, submit data. So JavaScript also function-based language. We will follow either traditional function, function name, open close, or we will use arrow function. So what we are going to do is we are going to test all those functions. Functions we have written in last few days for our different sprints, and probably the last 4 sprint is about contact form. If all my data are valid and the data it's gets stored in my JSON, what would be the output from this submit feedback? What will be the value of result?
True.
So both submit feedback method and submit data method, it is returning true, false. When it will return true and when it will return false, have you noticed? And by the way, we discussed also.
When no error message.
So error message length is 0.
0.
Then it will return true. Else it will return false. Of course, it will call the appropriate method. Can I able to test these two methods, submit feedback and submit data?
Yes, ma'am.
So I can pass proper input. If it is returning true, I will validate the method. If it is incorrect data, it's false. So we are going to do testing of our JavaScript functions. So in order to test our JavaScript, we will use a library concept called as Jasmine framework. And this follows behavioral driven approach. It's a freeware. It's an open source JavaScript framework. In order to test any JavaScript application, we can use this Jasmine framework. So it is BDD approach. This Jasmine framework syntax is clean and obvious, and it does not depend upon any other JavaScript framework. We don't need to go for Node. We don't need to go for React. So it's standalone and it is open source exclusively for your JavaScript framework. So we will not use npm command today. We will directly embed our Jasmine framework in our application. So getting started with Jasmine. So you need to download the zip distribution from the official Jasmine site, and you need to unzip and you need to append in your website. By the way, we can able to implement Jasmine framework in our applications. Shall we have a demo on it? And by the way, we have so many files. One of the file is specrunner.html. I'm just doing a comparison. Anyway, nowhere we cannot relate JUnit and Jasmine. Only one relation is both are testing framework. Just in order to bring back some ideas, I'm opening IntelliJ. Can you recollect this code? So we have a source main Java code. Apart from that, we will have a folder called as what?
Test.
Test. This test is exclusively for testing testing block. So where we will create a Java class app test and or any other classes. In Java, we will create a class file and we will add test cases. But before that, we will add a library. So here we will add a library in the form of dependency. We will not repeat. I'm just telling an idea. So this way we will add dependency. We will create a Java class and we will do the respective Java code to do the same. And in order to test, we will run this test file. Likewise, please pay attention. Okay, I'll do a simple test case, so you can also try after some time. Let me create a folder, demo testing. Please pay attention. So let me create an index file. And create a folder JS. Just following the hierarchy part. Under JS, let me create my script file. So I have created a project called as demo testing, where I created one HTML file. You can have as your project. So imagine like the same index.html for contact form. And then I created a folder JS. Under that I have my script file. Please include that script file in your body tag. Are you with me? Shall I proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
So let me write a sample function. So let's assume function 1, which is accepting 2 parameters. And the function is returning addition. So let me have function 2. So which is accepting 2 parameters. And the function is returning multiplication answer. So I can call function 1 and I can pass some values. Still, I didn't touch testing framework at all. I'm just working on JavaScript simple functions, addition and multiplication function. You can use document.write to embed on your HTML, or you can use alert if you feel like every time going to console and testing. Shall we do a testing by using Jasmine framework for these 2 functions of my JavaScript?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So step 1. One second. I'll share this link. One second. We don't want to go for this comments. There were so many ways. I don't know how many of you noticed or not. If you are in Node.js environment, you can use this command. Don't do that. Please listen. Just try to understand. Add Jasmine to your JSON. npm install save developer Jasmine. And you can initialize your Jasmine. These are all not required, and you can test it with npm test. So this is one way, but since it is directly linked with your JavaScript, it's not required. I will share this link, github.com/jasmine/releases. So you will find a lot of version released from this Jasmine. So you take the latest one, 4.2.0. Under asserts, you will find the first file, Jasmine standalone 4.2.0 zip. I will share this link. Guys, are you with me? So I already shared this link. Please go to this link. You will find something called as Jasmine standalone with the latest version zip folder. Click, it will automatically download. So it will download in the form of zip file. So you open in any of your compressed application you have, just open your zipped form of your Jasmine. You will find something called as extract. All the files, your library, spec is something like your test cases. So library, spec, source, MIT license, the spec runner.html, all the files and folders you should extract to your project. So before that, whatever the project you want to test, better you create a folder, test folder. Today I created a project named demo testing. Under that I have my script JS file and index.html. Additionally, in your project, to avoid the confusion, you create a folder called as test. It's just a folder. I created an empty folder. By the way, you have to extract all the Jasmine framework supported files and folders to your test folder of your project. So my project is, go to C in stack root wave 26 under JavaScript demos. And this project is validate user data using client. In this folder, I'm having demo testing. Today I created, and now I created a package folder called as test. Choose this test, unzip all the files and folders of Jasmine framework in this test folder. Can you see? The zip folder which you have downloaded from this GitHub, you need to unzip to the test folder of your project. Shall I continue?
Yes,
Index.html and myscript.js is your development code, development base, whereas test folder, you have something called as specrunner.html, and under spec folder, you need to create your own JS file for testing. I'll repeat again. myscript.js and index.html is development base. For testing phase, we need some supporting library files. So unzip it and place it under a test folder. I want to create my own testing phase for my fun1 and fun2. Shall I?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is what they want us to do. Let me go back to the slide. So getting started with Jasmine, I want all of you to download zipped distribution of Jasmine framework, unzip it and place it in a test folder. You create your own folder, test, and unzip all the supported library files to this test folder of the project. This is the first task. Under that, you will find something called as specrunner.html. This is your testing file. So here only we will call functions from other script file to our testing file. And same for a next, in order to do testing demo. So test addition operation, division operation, whatever the operation. You give a division with correct input and divide by 0. And let's do the testing with Jasmine framework. So I did for test addition and this function too. You try for division and other functionalities. Shall I proceed next? Come on, guys, it's a simple.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we create, you remember in our Java, we created customer implementation test. For customer class, we created a customer implementation test class. So likewise, here I want to test my myscript.js. In order to test myscript.js, what I want to do? I want to create one more script file because we are working in JavaScript. There everything is Java class. So we are creating class. Here what we need to do? We need to create a JavaScript file. So please pay attention under test, like a default demo, like Hello World, they have testing for this player spec help. You can exclude that. This is just a demo for your understanding. So whereas I want to do testing for my function and function 2. So in order to create a test, under spec folder, you create a file. So I'm creating a file. I'm naming as myscript test.js. Will it be okay? So I'm just creating one
Yes,
more
ma'am.
JS file. That's all for testing my both the functions. Please understand the hierarchy. In Java, we used to create a class. In JavaScript, you need to create a script file. I have myscript.js. So in order to test myscript.js function, I am creating a file, myscript test.js. Shall we continue?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So nothing is new. I have two functions. I need to write test cases for these two functions. So here we created a class. Inside a class, we have various test cases. So like class, in order to place all your test cases, to test all the functions of your script, your actual script file, we will define a block. A kind of a function, we will define a block. Technically, we call it a suit. So we consist of two blocks. The first block is describe block. The other block is it block. So describe I can relate to my class. It I can relate to my test cases. So describe will take two parameters. The first parameter, but it's not. So you have to define a block called as describe block. So describe consists of two parameters. The first parameter is just a string, a display string on top of my page. And the second one is function. You can use arrow function also. So I'm just displaying a string message. Testing my script function 1. Add function test. And here second parameter is a function. Either you can use a traditional function or you can use an arrow function. Please look into the syntax and inside our spec folder, you can create your own JS file. There we call it as test case. Here we call it as test suite. Always we will define our JavaScript test suite with the help of describe block. So describe, it's a function, it's a block I can say. So it will take two parameters. The first parameter is string. And the second parameter is a function block where I'm going to implement the test cases to test my actual script code. Shall I proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
So how we have a test and we have a function, another function. So likewise, inside my description, I can include all my test cases by using a block called as it. I'm sorry. We have a technical block called as it block. Again, it consists of, it is something like a test case we are going to write. It consists of again two parameters. The first parameter is the message. Checking, just a display message on top of my test case. Checking, add function 1. And second parameter is again an arrow function or a regular function. Semicolon is optional. If you want, you can keep, else it's not required.
Ma'am,
After every string inside it or describe, we have to use function.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am.
You can, that's what I'm telling. It will take string. I'll show you in output. This is just a message will come on top of my test case. And the result, it will be there, depend upon the expected and the actual matching. And the second parameter is your callback function. You can keep a function and you can call, or you can call, you can write directly. As of now, I feel you know you are familiar with function and arrow function. All right, let me complete. Let expected result is equal to function 1 5 comma 5 or 5,6, anything. So how we have assert true, assert false. Here we have a method called as expect method, which will take the expected result, comma, the actual result, which we needs to compare. It's not come, 1 second. One second. Give me some time. I'll confirm these methods. So describe. Oh, it's correct. So yes, please pay attention. I think it will work 2 equal. So what it will do when I call function 1 5 plus 6, where it will go? This function 1 5 comma 6, it's a function call. It will go to my function, and whatever the function returns, it will be stored in my expected result. Or I can call it as answer. Are you with me, guys? What I'm doing
the
is
function fun1 5,6 inside the answer. Inside the expect.
Sorry.
Ma'am, I was saying, what happens if you don't use another variable? We just directly put fun1 5,6 inside the expect.
You can put it. You can instead of possible.
Because I was just comparing it to the assert one, assert equals. So we used to put the entire function there and the value.
No, it will work. You can test. I'll take another 10 minutes. After that, you can try. So this is an answer, the answer which we will get from the function return value, that I'm comparing with the static value, expected and the actual value. If both are expect, one test case gets passed. So I can have n number of it inside my describe block. Let's assume I am testing my another add function where I am passing 10, 16 and I'm comparing. By the way, I can have any number of test cases. I can check my actual value and the expected value. I'm using let only, it is local to the block. And we have to do few more changes. Under spec folder, you can create your own JavaScript file to test against your functions. Apart from that, in order to test all my test cases, my Jasmine framework provides an HTML file called as spec runner. You need to add an appropriate JS file, both your source and your testing file in your spec runner.html. In order to check all our test suites are giving expected output, you need to include the source file as well as the testing file in your spec runner. So by default, it includes the default player song. These are all not required. If you want, you can comment it, no problem. So if you look into line number 16, you will find a command, include source file here. What is my source file? What is my source file for this project?
Script.js. My script.js.
outside the folder. Do dot indicates outside the folder. My script.js is my source file. What is my spec file here?
My script test.
Yes.
My script test.
Oh, it is there in the same folder. So spec / my script /. So this is important. The remaining are predefined Jasmine library loading. So like hello world message, they included a default player and spec help. If you want, you can delete this play spec. So it's important. You need to include your source file, JavaScript location, and your spec file. That's all. And we will use spec runner.html to test. And since it is web application, you will be launching in your browser only. Oh, we have alerts. So since the function is called, can you relate? So describe is just used to display the message. Testing my script function, add function, just a top label. Under that, I have two test case. So there technically we call it as test case. Here it is specification spec. So tell me out of two spec, there is no failure at all. Why? 0 failures. Because both my expected and actual are equal. Can you see the output?
Yes, ma'am.
So what will happen instead of 11 if I pass 12?
One failure.
One failure.
Failure. Oh, because of alert, I'm getting this. So out of two spec list, one failed. Expected 11, but we are comparing with 12. Checking in add function 1. So just to have a display message, we are using the first string functionality. And the second one is function. Can you try the same for this calculator application? So please use Jasmine framework and test your JavaScript code. Is it possible? Will you able to try? Just to get into the topic. So step 1, please download this Jasmine standalone release, the latest one. Unzip it in your project. So in order, don't scatter it. So create a folder test and unzip it. And you create your own script file or you use an existing one. No problem. You can, if you want, you can use an existing one. You delete and use it. And you have all your specs. And you include both the source and spec in your spec runner.html and test it. All right. Just test this sample calculator thing. So from the beginning, we were discussing about the testing. So it is an integral part in the software development. So therefore, critical to ensure testing is done thoroughly or not. Ensure all requirements are considered and mapped to different test scenarios. So it should test both positive as well as negative test scenario. We already did. We need to continue the same in our JavaScript. So always test specification should specify the feedback with the clarity on test failure or not. So my test specification shows a proper message. A clarity should be there whenever there is a failure case also. All right. So before getting into few advanced concept of Jasmine, I want you to do the same. Try the same in your project. Later, we can do testing for our contact form once if you're done with the challenge. So before that, in order to get into this framework, testing framework of JavaScript, try this. It's time. So you can try after lunch. You can go have your lunch.
Can you repeat the unzipping part? Like you mentioned, unzipping it into the same folder. After downloading.
After downloading, instead of scattering, so we need the respective library files. See here, these library files are required. How we had dependency downloaded in our Java. So we need these library files. So what better we can do is inside our project, whatever the project you are working, where you want to apply testing, you create a folder test. It's just a use and you unzip it. You choose that and you unzip it and you proceed with your test block.
Okay, ma'am.
We will try together in the afternoon. And then what I did is under spec folder, I created my own JS file where I defined all my test suite, 2 suite under 1 describe block. It's a block, consists of n number of test suite. Collection of test suite will be grouped under describe method. So that now I will get, where, let me change it as a correct value. Can you look into the output? So grouping all the test suite. God. What is happening? Did I make a mistake? Okay. I'll test my code. So in order to group all my suite, okay, mistakenly I deleted destroy. So we are grouping all the test suite under one block. Likewise, I can have any number of describe. Each describe consists of test suite. The predefined function is describer and test and include both source and your spec file in your spec runner.html file. And this file I'm gonna to launch. So all the Jasmine environment libraries are preloaded in this file. So that is the reason we are unzipping the release to our project. So that we no need to worry on including the default library. So you can concentrate only on your test suite. So no worries, we can try together after lunch. So go on a lunch break. So come back around 2:10 and practice on simple test suite development in Jasmine. Please confirm. Adesh, Jitesh, Kudus, Mainak, are you back? Step 1, use existing project or create a new project, new folder. Launch index page, HTML page and one source JavaScript file. Create a test folder. Unzip all the relevant files of Jasmine framework to that test folder. Create a test suite based on the functions of your source. If you are facing problem in any of the steps and in creating test suite, please let us know. Kudus, Mainak, are you back? Sab Kudus and Mainak all are.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Kudus. Roshan, you try. Anywhere you got struck, immediately share your screen. Roshan? Okay, Mainak.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, Roshan. Your first Jasmine project, right?
Yes, ma'am. I have made first Jasmine project and inside it Jasmine folder.
I told no, don't scatter it. You better create a test folder and place it.
Okay, I should project it inside, rename it as test folder. Like
No,
it is
no.
kept here. Like
So to avoid the confusion between.
okay, because in this like I have put it inside first Jasmine and then I have did this.
Which,
You asking,
where is
ma'am,
your
to
source folder? Which one is your source code where you want to test?
ma'am, I am thinking that I will put HTML and JS file inside this folder only, JavaScript demo.
Okay, try.
Okay.
Okay, try.
I'm not saying incomplete.
Okay, I saw your error. Go to your spec runner HTML file. Minimize it. Go to spec runner. JS, my script test. Okay, go to my script test. Describe is missing. Your first line. The keyword describe. Save, check. Minimize. It's incorrect path. Okay, all of you pay attention. When we will use single dot, when we will use double dot.
Inside the folder and outside.
So inside a same folder, double dot is for outside the folder, but as per your file structure, it is in the same folder. Save and try. That's what I told. Say, differentiate your development side and testing side. Actually speaking, this JS should be outside the test. That's fine.
It should be ./js and then /my.
/js. If it is in same folder, spec. Okay, Niranjan, carry on. There is one failure. You got it? You check your test suite. That's fine. Function 1, function 2, function 3. How can one function perform? It should be function 2.
Yes.
In line number 8, 7.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. I'm sharing some theory notes reference link for Jasmine framework. Please read the same.
Ma'am, I have used this way, like now I have changed it since you have said. I made this project and this spec folder, source folder, and this Jasmine. Is it fine, ma'am?
That's fine, but spec is duplicated. No problem, you will get the output, but unnecessary confusion will be there. Fine, okay. But one thing I want to comment is by default we have spec folder. You are again creating. It's not incorrect, but you can reference to
So,
true.
ma'am, you are saying that I should put this inside this spec folder.
Everything under spec.
Okay, ma'am, I'll do it.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am.
Yes, Ashmita.
Ma'am, can I share? How to add your Jasmine?
Have you downloaded that zip folder?
Yes, ma'am.
And by
Yeah.
Unzip over. Double click and unzip it, extract it. Extract. There is an
Yes, ma'am.
No, not here. It should be extracted. Double click. Extract to. Choose your project. Don't create new folder. You search where is your project.
Yes, ma'am.
D drive. Choose test. Give OK. And click the test arrow mark. I have a doubt. No, click again. You should not have index.html in test folder. It should be inside your project.
Okay, ma'am.
Have a clear segregation between your source code and your test code. Cut and paste it. Yes, move. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
I want everyone to practice on a sample code on this Jasmine. Just get into idea of Jasmine framework and you continue with your sprints. Complete your challenge.
Oh, ma'am. Ma'am, can I share my screen? Ma'am, I tried running. Ma'am, I don't know. Can you explain me for how to run this?
All right. This is your test suite.
Yes, ma'am.
It and describe. And you have under demo.js test. So listen carefully. This is our test suite file. Whereas in order to test all our test suite, Jasmine framework provides a default file called as specrunner.html. Go to this
Okay.
HTML. And here you need to add your source file and you need to add your spec file. So they
Okay.
added player song. You can delete both player and song. You can add your own source file, that is demo script and demo JS test. You delete both the lines or you replace in source.
Okay.
Script src. If it is no, you can't wait. You can't place file name directly if it is located in different folder. Only if it is exist in same folder you can use. If it is in
Okay.
different folder, you need to use either double dot or /js.
Okay.
Same thing is for your spec file location. And you need to run this. So all the respective libraries of Jasmine has been preloaded. Got it? The flow?
Ma'am, just a minute.
No, it's specs on okay. For you. Okay, proceed.
Okay, ma'am.
Because why I'm telling is I have specrunner.html and in the same folder only I have spec demo JS test. So why I want to go for absolute path? All right.
Okay. Okay.
Simply this part is enough because all are in the same folder. Anyway, if you run also, you will get the output. Run this file. Check. Add function. Reading value. Check it.
Okay.
Check your test suite. Where is a parameter? Harshit, why are you doing like this? Add number, you are passing two parameters.
Oh.
So in add num, these you need to pass two parameters.
Okay.
And these 4 lines should be outside.
Outside. Okay.
And you need to
Got
call
it.
add num here.
Okay, ma'am.
You are not calling add num. Only if you are calling add num, you will get the output. Either here or your button click. You think.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, shall I stop sharing?
Hasif sir.
Yes.
Sir, I message you on Slack.
Okay. Sangeeta? Yeah, Tejas having some issue in bundling. I'll just take him in the breakout room.
Okay.
Yeah, Tejas, you join room number 3. You join to room number 3. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, Swapnil.
I'm getting error. Can I show?
Hmm.
Ma'am, it's showing function is not defined, but I have defined function here.
Div is not defined. I don't know. What are you doing? Wait. I want to function answer. Go to your spec runner. Wait. So in project myscript.js and in spec. Okay. Go to my script. Multiply and div. Okay. Now go to my script test. Show me the error. Okay, go to your code. Only problem with I think it's not required. See, my case, I created a folder, JS folder. But in your case,
I have directly taken in project folder.
my source is located in that is what I told. It's not locating.
Ma'am, in line 19 dot slash not required.
No. That's fine. It's taking script. Yeah. How many days there will be a confusion in file hierarchy? So just to avoid that confusion only, I said in project you create two folder, main folder or source folder and test folder. So inside test you have spec and spec runner. So if I want to call outside the folder any file, you should use double dot. Inside same folder in any subfolder you can use dot slash. This is missing, that is why it thrown an error. Locating your file path. Is that okay, Sapnil?
Yes, ma'am.
Continue with the sprint.
Okay.
Sorry. Roshan,
Yes, ma'am.
as I told, we are going to play a role of developer. Just in order to get the idea of testing, we have this. So have a basic knowledge of this describe and it in Jasmine framework and continue doing the remaining sprint.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, you concentrate on the previous topic.
Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am. I am still stuck at that validation point.
Chair, let's discuss.
So the only thing that I require right now is that, let me just run this real quick. So if I press this one, it gets submitted. I am not understanding how it is. I am using a separate function. That is my button.
I can understand.
I am using a separate function.
So you have a button.
It's still not working.
Okay, don't give this on click in line number 65. We will trigger the event over there. Line number 65, remove on click event. Remove the event attribute and its property. On click and button function. Remove. Delete. Instead, what is that ID? Add on contact number.
Yes, ma'am.
198. 198.
198 in here. There's nothing over here in 198.
No, you type whatever I'm telling.
Oh.
So the thing is, you have click event and submit event on HTML. Let's trigger an event here.
Based on ID.
Let.
I already have in here.
Already tried? Okay. You wait. Document.get add contact, add listener, click. You add event.prevent event. You uncommand. Line number 192.
No.
192. You add event.prevent event. To prevent default. Default event. Save and try. Refresh. The problem is validation. You refresh. Now, what I'm telling is you refresh the page and click that plus button. It's not working, no? Your validation message is not there.
Yeah, it's working, right? That it's working, right? Just see it quickly. Okay, it's working. Contacts in right now. Key wrong info. Never. Select. Okay, hold on. Okay, ma'am. It's working.
Proceed. Completed. So get ready for a debrief session, guys. It's been in front end JavaScript. So next 2 hours I want to utilize for debrief. Guys, I'm announcing an evening break. Vivek Sharma, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Currently, you are working on which sprint?
Display form.
Display form.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you completed validation?
Yeah, ma'am, completely.
Can you explain?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, open the sprint, share your screen and explain validation in JavaScript.
Only script file, no, ma'am?
Just a flow. You cannot go to script directly, no. You should say from where it started. Not an entire code of HTML is required, but relevant explanation should be there.
Yeah, ma'am. In this problem statement, we need to validate the entries which we feed in the form. So the HTML file is given to us. In this file, I enter the form ID, which is company app, and rest of the things are same in this input of form is done. And I enter 2 additional contact here. When the user click on plus button, 2 input box are there for entering 2 numbers.
Can you explain line number 59?
Yeah, ma'am. This is button of add contact number. In the form, there is plus button. When the user click on the plus button, 2 input box are appear.
What we are doing here?
When user click the button, we call the function add contact.
Okay, proceed.
Yeah, ma'am. Rest of the things are same, which is enter birth date or company name, job title, notes, error. And in the script file, script.js, we done all the coding of validation. First, we declare a contact array. And in 6th line, we done the coding for add 2 contact numbers. When the user clicks the add button, the user redirect on this function, this event.
What we are doing inside?
It generates the 2 input field there. Blocks, 2 input blocks there.
Continue.
Yeah, in 15 lines, we take entries from the form here, let form data and store it in contact object. and store in result. All the entries store in result and return result to contacts. And in 26 line, we declare first errors for validation. And then display validation summary with error messages on behalf of filter function. And in 42 line, if there is no error in the form, then all the entries push to contacts array, which we declare in the third line. If error is there, then we call the function display validation summary and display individual error message. Which is written here.
Okay, listen. What is the difference between error messages passing and errors passing? Two different methods, we are passing two variables.
Yeah, ma'am, in error messages, they mention the error like undefined or blank, and in errors only show the error, which is empty field like this.
Is it?
Yeah, ma'am.
Error message, error. Both are having error messages only. Some messages.
Yes, ma'am.
Should not be left blank. Why we are passing error messages here and errors? What is error messages and errors?
The error messages are the filter errors.
What printable? You can refer your code and you can tell me.
One second. Yeah, ma'am, error message shown in the upper side of the form. All errors are shown in a list, and errors are shown below the block.
You refer the code and tell me what is error messages and what is error.
Okay. These are the errors, ma'am, like undefined, null, and these are the error messages.
So undefined null error. So undefined and null are what? Errors.
Yes, ma'am.
And first name cannot be left blank or error messages.
Yeah, ma'am.
I said you refer your code and tell me. You don't need to go to other file. Inside the same file, don't go to HTML. What you said is incorrect. I'm giving one more chance to you and refer your code and tell me what is errors and what is error messages.
These are the errors, ma'am. Yeah, they both are errors. Like first name cannot be left blank. This is the error.
Error message. Error messages.
if we enter wrong entry in the field, these are the error messages, I think.
No, Vivek. Find it out.
Okay.
You should know what is there in your code. It can be a variable or it can be a function, anything. You should know about your own code. If you have known about your code, then it is not your code. As simple.
My
Ramya,
your goals.
you take time and tell me what is difference between errors and error messages. But what you said is not correct.
Okay. Can I stop share?
Ramya?
Yes, ma'am.
So before debrief, I want to see your updated jukebox project.
Okay, ma'am. I'll connect through lab.
Priya?
Yes, ma'am.
Priya, I want you to debrief JavaScript sprint. Share your screen.
Which sprint, ma'am?
Any sprint of your choice.
Give me 5 minutes. I'm working on pending sprint.
No. You can do that in the evening. I'll give you another 1 minute time to open any of the sprint of your choice in JavaScript and you need to explain. Priya, please start.
Yes, ma'am. In this sprint, it change the color, it means background color change this print. For that, first I am giving here the one variable that is body and document get elements. We want to change the background body color. For that I'm here giving the body and index is 0, and I am using here function and uh, uh, change the functions and events. When the click button, then events is happening, and for that I am creating one variable that is for a, and the method is applying here the documents dot get element and set the background color and the set background color and calling the method that is the add event listener for changing color.
Is there any other way, any other method in DOM to refer an HTML element in JavaScript?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Is there any other method to capture DOM elements here?
Yeah, is
Okay. So function keyword followed with function name parameter. So I used to say this as a traditional way of writing function. Priya, are you listening?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Can you modify this function, change theme as arrow function without function keyword? Is it possible to convert line number 2 to arrow function?
Instead of function, use only the means change theme and applying the arrow.
Do it in front of me. Now you call cut and paste it. Why are you typing again? Body part you cut and paste.
Yes.
Working?
Yes.
Okay. Continue doing your pending sprint.
Yes.
Ramya, you there?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, shall I share?
Yes, yes.
Shall I run it?
Will you able to manage?
Ma'am?
Will you able to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Maximize your output screen. Rerun your project. If you can't manage you feel
I can.
not comfortable, we can have it on tomorrow.
No, no, no. Shall I create new user?
Go for new user. You give Hasip sir details. You give Hasip name, some mobile number. Enter user ID, enter name, mobile number, password. Okay, go for new user and provide the same details. You give you give incorrect username. Give enter. Okay, then you give Hasib 1, 2, 3. I want to see what is happening with incorrect username and password. Why you gave new user? I want you to try with login. Okay. Proceed. This time you give incorrect password. Okay, proceed with the correct username and password. Show me the choices.
Songs, broadcast, playlist, and book.
Okay, go for playlist. Create playlist. You give melody. You give some name. Okay, go for adding a song in playlist. You have created melody.
View playlist.
View. How can I add song to this playlist? I can see in the melody playlist how many songs. Can you add some songs in melody playlist with the existing song?
And system got stuck, ma'am. I'll relog in. Ma'am.
Okay, okay, no issues. Take care. We will connect tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
Once if you get a better throat, then we will go for explanation.
Okay.
Ashmita?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we go for a debrief?
Ma'am. Which one, ma'am?
Any sprint of your choice.
JavaScript, ma'am.
Huh? In JavaScript.
Okay. It's visible, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
I choose this assignment, ma'am. Getting started with cheese.
Hmm.
In this assignment, we check the eligibility. We use console log, and here we print the message on console. And use if condition. If age is greater than 18, then print on console eligible for vote. Else control will go else part and print this. And we provide the age here. Here,
Can you convert this function to arrow function?
Ma'am.
Instead of traditional way, can you convert this function to arrow function? Inline function? Give a try.
Yes. Is it correct, ma'am?
It's working. Can you execute and show me the output?
Accepted enough.
Show me the output in the browser.
Ma'am, getting error.
Huh?
Showing error, ma'am.
Correct it.
not written any number.
Where is console?
I open it, ma'am.
No. I'm talking about printable statement. Console.log is missing.
Here, ma'am. Okay.
After return keyword, how can you give console.log?
That's
Hi, Hasib.
Yeah, Sangeeta, I have a TTT
What about
now.
the breakout room doubt clarification?
Yeah, it is resolved now. Yeah, it took some long time, but it got resolved. Yeah.
So no one is there in breakout.
No, no one is there. Yeah.
Okay, you decide. You decide
Okay.
for TTT session.
Okay, fine. I'll go and attend for some time and then I'll come back.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you send me to breakout room?
Sir is leaving the session and he's going to attend one meeting.
Oh, okay.
So you stay after Ashmita. I'll handle your query.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Sangeeta. Bye.
ma'am.
Whatever the parameter you are passing, you capture inside that arrow function. Then what is the use of open close square bracket? Okay, Ashmita, solve it and share the code to me on Slack.
Yes, ma'am.
It's taking a long time. Please practice more on fundamentals.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Roshan, what is your query?
Mine was related to one sprint impedance mismatch.
No, repeat.
And mine was related to one sprint impedance mismatch.
Okay. Have you started?
Sorry.
Have you started working on that sprint, or you are in the midway, or you
No,
completed?
ma'am,
But
it's completed, but it's not running. So I just wanted you to check.
okay, sure.
This is the code I had used.
Wait for some time, because it has lots of data. It clearly shows that it's an error. Line number 27. Uncaught type error, cannot read property of undefined map. Check. It's an error. Have you modified any code in board renderer file, any other file?
No, ma'am, in CSS, I just modified one thing. Apart from that, and it was to bring it
I
in.
don't have problem in CSS. I'm asking about any other script file, especially board renderer.js.
No,
Have you made any changes?
no,
No, I'm asking you.
no, ma'am, I haven't
Okay.
made any change.
Then go to your transformer.js. Wait. Sample. Sample.list filter. I don't find any mistake in your code. Except the key should be in double quotes.
Which ma'am?
Like that it's. One second. Give me 1 minute time. I almost came to end. Come down.
That's it. Here you can see this.
Return
Sorry.
Show me the ensure that proper open close.
Yeah, open close is proper.
Keep your cursor.
That's
That's fine.
it's
That's fine.
saying something about this export.
Nothing. Okay. Show me your browser. I want to see the error ones. Cannot read properties of undefined reading map.
And I think it says board renderer GS2722.
Give me the control. Script file board renderer 27. That's what I asked you. Change no.
I haven't.
Here the problem with board renderer transform script. I understood this here 27.
Around 21.
No, don't do anything. Problem with your always have a practice to give key in double quotes. One second, but it is not. Export contact transform. Whatever I want to do.
Ma'am, the list L will be smaller, right? In filter.
It's smaller.
Yeah. I can find the difference between this L. This L.
It's same.
Same. See, but why the format is getting automatically changed?
And actually, I think it's here.
Do we require to keep this list and the code in the parenthesis while using this mat arrow function?
We can use, or we can proceed without code parenthesis.
Ma'am, there
You
should
remove,
be a comment.
I
Comment.
remove. Tell me, Tejas.
There should be a comment dot card ID, na? Or cards dot card ID, something like. No, there in filter.
You're talking about no, still. See, whenever if I'm making changes, see here, when I save, whatever the changes I'm making, automatically it is getting revoked.
Ma'am, that is a list name, ma'am, after sample dot list, not list. Line number 7.
And please check line number 20 once again.
Lists, boards, everything is plural. Boards, lists, it's correct. Comments, cards, correct.
In filter also you give the lists, not list.
And line number 20, line number 20.
What is there in 20?
There should be
sample comments dot filter.
And card ID.
Comments dot list ID and list dot list ID. It's not list ID, right? It's card ID.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, comment ID.
Or I think card ID or.
Ma'am, this line number, Tejas is saying this line number 20 should be with the card ID.
Card ID. That's what I'm asking. Card ID or comment ID. Check carefully.
No,
it's card ID.
I don't want to print card ID, so I left it, I guess.
No, we should match.
Yeah, maybe with comment. I'm just checking comments.
But comments, if you don't have list
Yes,
ID, then
yeah, if here I have to make one change, I have to put comment ID here.
check. But I know it's auto formatted every time, but whatever the changes, when I do save, I don't know you noticed or not.
Yes, ma'am. I'm facing that problem. I don't know.
Check that. If not, you fork, clone, take one another copy and try.
Okay.
I will also check in my machine. Wait. Let's assume where const. You need to check this, Roshan, seriously. Although it is less error prone, but whatever the changes I'm doing, it is taking, that's what, it is again not committing.
Okay, I'll try with my forking new one and then let you know.
You close and open new Visual Studio Code and try.
Okay.
Guys, another 10 minutes are there. Anybody is having any small doubt to get addressed?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Abnil.
Can we go to breakout room?
Okay.
Excuse me, sir. Me also.
Okay, Rushikesh and Swapnil. Fine. Come to breakout room 3. No, breakout room 1. You come to breakout room 1. Yeah, Sangeeta will come from breakout room. Yeah.
Ma'am,
Yes, Shubham.
there's some question that I need to ask you. Let me share.
Oh.
So this is that example demo you have given for promises.
Promise, yes.
So I get that this HTTP is like a footwork like that. But,
API call.
Yeah, and this HTTP is it is special to this case, right? It's user defined, right?
It's a third party API.
Okay, so in the sprint, so where was that? So in the sprint, which HTTP API we should use? Actually, I'm not getting what's the point of all this.
So in sprint, I just want you to handle this response and resolve with promise object. That's all. You can use the local host JSON server.
And how to see that my program is working or not? Like in this side, there is nothing, right? Just double check it. So I should not get this error. Everything else should be okay. So what I'm getting at is, do I need to create a JSON file in here or not?
See, listen. JSON is separate. JSON data storage file is separate. JSON server, it's there. Access is different. Even I can do without access. Access will give, along with that, by using promise, I can get an asynchronous call. I can make an asynchronous HTTP call.
Okay.
So here, with or without HTML, I don't have a problem. Or I said either you can use it for post method or get method. But if you are doing post or get, either of us, but I want you to do an asynchronous call using promise.
Asynchronous call, yeah. Okay. Okay,
That is what I want you to do here. We can close for the day, guys. If you have any query, stay. Else, I'm done with the day. With this, our JS is getting over. We will be entering into TypeScript tomorrow. Thanks for joining the session today, guys. Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Here is your Hasib sir. Bye bye.